Siema, witam was bardzo serdecznie na kanale Kuba Play the Game. Zaraz zaczynamy streameczek. Pierwszy z gry The Outer Worlds. Zachęcam do followowania kanału na Twitch, subskrypcji na YouTube, TikTok oraz Instagram. Na TikTok i Instagram Szpic Marcin się nazywam. A ja kiedyś grałem, ale to nowo. Tekst rozmowy włączamy. Dobra, chcę duże. Gra jest podobna do, ja wiem, Fallouta trochę. Tylko że podróżujemy statkiem po różnych planetach. Hope Landing Bay 052.
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left adrift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
Dobra, ustawiamy sobie wszystko. Atrybuty, siła, dobry poziom by pasowało. Wszystko na dobre damy. Umiejętności mamy do rozdania coś.
A steady hand at the helm.
Biurokrata, technik do spraw napojów, kasjerka. Kasjerka budowlanka, specjalista do obsługi wind, operatorka, rolniczka, testerka, ważna klasa, o.
I'm about to save you from a lifetime of cleaning our latrines.
Mężczyzna oczywiście.
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend. Not likely, bootlickers. Initiate skip jump.
Terra 2.
Status. Structural integrity down 25%. Power levels down. It drives
Shit.
inoperable.
Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? A bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. It means that you and every other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck! Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Ah, there you are. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry, I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you. Hawthorne should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go. being frozen for a while, there's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, law, that stings. Looks like the bleeding's stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's choice doesn't like us accepting outside help. Better, thanks to you. I might have bled out on my own. Or worse, had to go begging the boss for some Adrena time. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Gibbering, flesh-eating, law-breaking, unemployed lunatics with guns. Some hullhead grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh? Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Yes, nailed it that time. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous salt tuna. The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
Dobra, on dał nam broń.
Damn it, my ears! Oh, what had just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This...
Tak jak widzicie, też jest podobnie jak w Falloutie. Zbiera się, jak się zabije gościa, to zbiera się od niego różne rzeczy. No, ale którym się zmienia? Broń. To jest spowolnienie. To jest to. To jest to jest skok.
Hey! Get over here before you get yourself killed! Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about. You out of your mind? No way. Once we've dealt with these marauders, I'm hunting that sick freak down. I just, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs some. Well, sometimes. Management's real good at cost-benefit analysis. But, seeing as I'm the acting manager in this situation, you know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. Then it's gonna be fucking laminated.
Here we go.
I co, do statku.
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder. Marauder, please be informed that ignoring me is dangerous for your health. Unauthorized access of spacefaring. Hello, Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction. Jettison procedures initiated. Disengaging airlocks. Preparing to eject all boarding parties in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne. I deduce from the tone of your voice that Captain Hawthorne failed to meet you at the designated location. I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand? Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced. The settlement of Edgewater is located nearby. I recommend speaking to the administrator of Edgewater and requesting assistance. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new captain's identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand? Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time. The navigation console is offline at this time, Captain.
Dobra, zastosuj. Tu mamy atuty. Postać. Dobra, dziennik. Mamy tak, obcy w obcym kraju, znajdź regulator zasilania i znajdź statek Hathorn. To znaleźliśmy. Tu już jakieś mam sknocone coś, ale co? Kodeks jeszcze jakiś jest. Podstawy. Jak jeszcze nie wszystko. Dziennik.
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship. And if this ship is yours, well, mister, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay. I'll waive your fee since you helped us with those marauders. If you're looking for work, talk to the constable down in Edgewater. She's got a bounty on marauders. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report.
Dobra, to idź. O, jedno, 300 metrów. Sporo.
Whoa, hey, where'd you come from? Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory, friend. Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices. Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer? Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites. We rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see. 4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little. He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just make sure he pays up. Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy... I ain't seen him in a few days. His domicile is near the cannery. You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad. Yeah? You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater saps lost near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors. Loyal company folk, brave in the wilds. Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. A body grows accustomed.
The grease monkey. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself. I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform. Yes, so it dawns on me. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process. There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way. I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in useful. I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, and trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if you'd like.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
Dobra, mamy towarzysza. I co? Idziemy stąd, nie?
Hey, mister, can we talk? Sorry. Can we talk? Sorry.
Okej.
You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just, Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left. Life's hard here, especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or worse. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is. Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say anyways.
Najpierw tutaj gdzieś. Tu mamy zamknięte, musimy uzbierać coś. A, tu mamy automaty sprzedające. Mogę sprzedać coś, nie? Ale na razie tego wiele nie mam. A, broni, amunicję mam. Szabla. No to kupmy. A mogę coś kupić? Mam chyba mało kasy, żeby coś kupić. Tutaj nie. Nie, to stąd my przyszli chyba, nie?
Sorry, I'll just be a minute.
Tutaj coś.
I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean.
No, a tu jest
Yes,
ten...
what is it?
Jakiś ksiądz? Max.
Fantastic.
Pastor?
Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max if you're the sort who prefers brevity. And Ms. Holcomb as well. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
Just tagging along, Vicar DeSoto. Don't mind me.
I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling, this season's tossball predictions, the quickest way out of town.
But what? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her. That seems well within your expertise.
The way we do it's by cutting off power to the others. The ones who left.
Adelaide McDevitt's encampment. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold. Not if things are left to stand as they are. If you don't mind a bit of unsolicited advice, be cautious on your way to the geothermal plant. It is not as safe as you might assume. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book. It's a handwritten journal, a faded blue cover with the name M. Bakonu handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
Hey there, Mary. Don't see you round here too often.
Oh, I just came to talk to you.
No, a tu mnie kieruje. Pomału, pomału. Ekwipunek, dziennik. Ale mam tutaj tych już misji. Ja... Laboratorium botaniczne.
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. I love the wind here.
O kurde, jakieś bomby.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along. Armed strangers wandering into my camp for one. Some of my camp wandering out for another. You want to try standing outside in the heat, keeping your sights open for the next marauder raid? No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around wondering if marauders got to her. I go looking for Zoe, I leave the camp undefended, seeing as I'm the only one of us who knows her way around a gun. Hence my dilemma. It's not like Zoe to go wandering. Figured she might be out scavenging, but that ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Vale's a wide place. She could be anywhere. Could do without the gallows humor. Over in the hothouse, tending crop. I'll tell you what I can. Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I'd check her room, but I got yelled at for snooping once already. Little ways ago. She was always obsessing over her serial dramas. Wanted to see what the fuss was about. Vex me.
A, to już kliknąłem.
Could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. Got no useful skill as far as I could tell. Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. Gotta come from somewhere. Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does. She was lazy and thoughtless, but she's still one of our own. What is it?
Dobra.
Oh, gosh. If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned. Reed Thompson, you here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then? Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans? Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip him out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. I trust you will listen to your conscience.
Okej. Mm. Gdzie jest jakaś mapa? Ale kurde tych zadań. Różnych. Początek gry, a aż tyle tego do zrobienia jest. No? Nie mam. Miałem, ale nie mam już.
Nie wiem, zapamiętam, jak się to do nosa nazywało, na sobet, nie pamiętam.
Przecież miałeś zawsze ten.
A chuj, ja miałem właśnie, pod lobem przepisałem, metr mi to robiłem. Wcześniej miałem bez recepty.
Aha.
Na co? Kurwa, ja nie wiem.
Nie, na sometni nie.
Tylko. Na sożer?
Co?
Na sożer?
Nie.
Tylko.
Nie wiem.
Na co? No na co się zaczynało? Kurwa. Jezus, chwal się, nie chcę z tobą jechać. Może zadzwonię.
Pasowałoby się tam teraz dostać jakoś.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
O, to mogę szybko podróż robić. O Jezus.
System. Watch out! The last of 'em.
A jak się broń zmienia na inną? Bo tu mam jakiś karabin. O, dobra. Ale to kurde, mało tej mam.
I've always wanted to poke around in here.
O, z tego z karabinu to fajnie się. Jeszcze ktoś tam jest? O, zabił ją? Nie, wstaje. Dobra, myślałem. Dobra, tu gdzieś trzeba wejść.
The control room should be ahead somewhere and a touch to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing.
Processing data. Searching for
Here they
unauthorized.
come! That's the last of them. Three switches. That'll be easy enough.
O, zablokowane. A sk- Dobra, otworzyłem sobie.
Just two more. What'll happen to Miss McDevitt's folk if we get ready?
Dobra, a tu się zmienia. A nie, to jest ona, to jest nasz sam...
Everyone all right?
Dobra.
No, 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 just leave me alone.
Jest jakaś latarka tutaj.
You're not real.
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
System. Searching.
Watch
for
out!
anomaly.
Where to go? If we
Jeszcze
send power
jeden.
to Miss McDevitt, what happens to them?
System alert. Investigating.
Dobra, załatwione. Załatwieni wszyscy. Gdzieś do góry tutaj. O! Nie, w dzienniku... A, kodeks. Tu coś, tylko czekaj, to góry chyba. Gdzie to było do góry iść? Tam jest, tu są schody. Tu, tylko że tu jest zamknięte. Tu jest kolejny, dobra.
Celeste, I'm not sure what the ride is. Alls I know is the decision's final.
Tu jest zablokowane. Nie na tym piętrze, gdzieś chyba wyżej.
Once we do this, there's no going back. Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do? I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished. Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something. Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
Gdzie jest? Kurde, muszę jechać. Ojcu po lekarstwa do apteki. Także przerwa.
Czemu tak w dupie murzyna? Czemu nie świecisz od diabła?
Po co?
O, gówno. Wytłumaczę, masz lekarz mi stąd weź, tej recepty, masz to, odpowiednik bez recepty, zapomniałem, na maso się zaczyna.
Nie.
A jak nie? Na somety, na co?
Na sometki na pewno nie.
Nie?
Nie.
Kurwa. To już tyle czasu dobrałem to. No i weźcie kurwa na nospę, no.
Moskwa?
Do sklepu nie wejdę,
Pójdę ci, a jabłko sobie. Jabłko sobie.
Czego no? To mleko weź od razu. Co to jest kurwa z tego sklepu? To będzie blok, to będzie więcej. Daj mi z tego. A, to nic.
Aha. Aha, bo 9000. Czekaj. Gdzie to jest tutaj? Nie ma nic. Dobra, wróciłem. Ile mnie nie było? Z 20 minut. No ale to tak. Doszły nam punkty umiejętności, więc dodamy sobie ukrywanie się. Rozmowa. Obrona. Broń dystansowa. I walka wręcz. Zastosuj. A tutaj jeszcze mamy. Coś nam tutaj. Dodatkowe XP. I co? I dziennik, nie? Towarzysze. Dobra, mamy iść gdzieś tutaj. O, chyba do góry. Ale tu nie przejdę. Tutaj. Gdzieś tu, tylko że na dole. Aha. No, bardzo dobrze jest, fajnie. No. No, nikt mnie nie goni, kurde, jak zepsułem sztukę jedno, to Marcin, pomału, nie chaotycznie, powoli, nie ja dobrze. No. No bo ja jestem przyzwyczajony do produkcji, nie? A na produkcji trzeba zakędzielać. To nie jest strefa. Nie.
Dzwonili za nim, żeby przyszedł, lata, a on mówi, co to znalazł. Widzisz, znalazł. Tak się pytała. Bo widziała auto, mówi, że co to, auto se kupił? No kupił, mówi.
A kupił. Oj, tata mi kupił.
Ja nie powiedziałam. Może sobie... Ale ja, a czy czasem jest...
To Jezu, ale kurde. No, dobrze powiedziałaś, bo taka prawda, no wiesz.
Pitki?
No.
Tu trzeba jakieś inne.
A nie mogę tam szybko podróżą się dostać? Mogę. Po co ja tym? A, szybko podróż.
Ile was tam jest?
A nie wiem, niedużo. Łowów tu jest z 5, tam z 10, z 15-20 osób. Jest ta Adelaida. Ty, ale właśnie...
Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it? You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management. You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery. 3 square meals for every man and woman in Edgewater. Tell him how I've made the Vale bloom again. The soil has whispered its secrets to me, and I alone know how to breathe life back into the earth. The secret is human corpses. I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients. I have got a means to cure the plague, and I will not share that cure until Reed leaves town. Those are my terms. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need.
Nasz agent odmówił podania leków jej synowi. Ten Reed. Dobra, tu mamy coś blisko do załatwienia. Gdzie to się wychodziło? Tutaj gdzieś. Tu są ci.
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. Whoa, Miss Parvati. Hey, you're, what, how are you? Hi.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
I seen you wandering around here. You don't look like you're coming from town. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged. Would you? I'd be grateful. I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again. I mentioned those manuals on mechanical engineering. Suppose if I had one of those, I could go back to Reed and make a real case for myself. What's on your mind? Luck, mostly. Nothing's needed serious
Strasznie dużo w tej grze dialogu jest. Ale też jest sporo strzelania. Troszkę grałem kiedyś, ale to było dawno. To gra.
Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, they're my family. At least I think of them that way. I owe them my life. Would have died in the wilderness if they hadn't chanced upon me, starving and delirious. We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was let go, mostly on account of my incompetence. I mean, I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in, I've been on my feet ever since.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here. This place had a U-shaped hole, and now it doesn't.
You could stay, you know. Here. I'd be happy to... I mean, we could really use... this isn't coming out right. If you want, Adelaide would make a place for you.
Dobra, z tym pogadałem. Jeszcze z którymś muszę pogadać z tą.
Marauders can't see us in the dark. Wild canids, on the other hand. The matter's been weighing on me. I'm staying put until I know what's become of Zoe. Don't want that question haunting me all the way back to the cannery.
Aha. No to dobra. Ale... To gdzieś tam masz 400 coś metrów stąd. Tu jest ta dwójka. Co mam wykonać te zadania? Ale to dobra, na razie nie. Do mapy. Idźcie na... Gdzie mnie chcę przekierować? Tu. Może na Alior. No. Kurwa, ja pierdolę. Ale Alior mógł kasę zajebać. Ja pierdolę. Zajebali. Ale chuje pierdolone. Kurwa Seba, ja pierd... 200 zł zajebali. No. Ale
Hey, take your time.
syny są, no patrz. Będę musiał ci jakoś to oddać. Jak oni to powiedzieli? Umowa jest tak podpisana, a ja tam nie patrzyłem co podpisuje, nie? Kto tam sprawdza, to czyta, nie? No i oni mają takie prawo. A. Czekaj. Na taką rozmowę. Poszło. 2800 Seba. Odsetki wzięli jakieś, co to jest? Aha. Ale chuje. No ale przecież mieli nie brać, bo złożyłem ten znowu, wiesz? Wniosek o restrukturyzację. Nie, ale i tak zajebali. 2 razy po 87 zł wzięli. Usuń, bo ja te konto będę likwidował z Aliorze. Bardzo dobrze, zajebiście chłopie, ale mi się udało, trafiłem w dobre, no kurwa zajebiście jest ci
So,
powiem.
what's the plan?
Na razie. Co tam tak słychać?
Kurwa mać.
Na jakim kompie? W robocie? a w pół do trzeciej w domu już jestem. Akurat przed tymi korkami. Ej, widzicie, chłopie, na razie elegancko. Nie, ja tak gonię, on mówi pomału, pomału, nie goń tak, chaotycznie. Nie, a dobrze. Do mnie gościu mówi, no bo ja jestem przyzwyczajony, żeby szybko robić. I zepsułem, no to zepsułem dzisiaj taką jedną sztukę, to jest najprościejsze gięcie, 4 gięcia, mówi do mnie, pomału, wolniej. Nikt cię nie goni, nikt cię nie goni. Dobra, no. Ale mieli nie brać, bo zadzwoniłem do nich o tą restrukturyzację, złożyłem wniosek i przyszło mi, że pozytywnie rozpatrzony. Tylko właśnie nie wiem od kiedy do kiedy. Bo mieli podobno... Bo mieli... Teraz? Y, Ale co? No znowu przyznali mi, nie? Na 3 miesiące. No? Tak. Dzisiaj. Ale ona tam napisała, że bo ja w lutym nie zapłaciłem, nie w styczniu, styczeń, luty, w luty jest niepłacone i ona podobno ma być cofnięte luty, marzec, kwiecień. O. Tak mi się wydaje. Nie wiem, może, może oddadzą. No. Dobra, no. Kiedy? Nie, bo styczeń zapłacony. Oczywiście. Luty, tak. I jeszcze kwiecień, czyli dopiero w maju. One przyszły na maila. Nie. No. No, na razie. Ale jaja. Pewnie było słychać i tak. Kumpel mi wysłał na konto w Aliorze kasę 3000 zł, a oni se pobrali kurwa automatycznie pieniążki. Z jego kasy, co przelał mi. Nie wszystko, ale pobrali sobie, bo miałem tam zaległości nieduże. Że chuja. Nie pisze.
Where are we headed?
Nie, 2 miesiące, skurwysyn. Nie, to tu mnie kieruje jedno do wyjścia. A drugie?
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Nie, to tu mi do wyjścia kieruje. Chwilę, moment, mapa. Albo tu... Nie, to do wyjścia. Mi kieruje. I też do wyjścia. A tu z boku. Tu mam... No. A gdzie ja jestem w ogóle? Nadbrzeże, nie? A tu jest co? Szmaragdowa Dolina. Ej, tu mnie wszystko kieruje. Chwila. Tu jest co? Tu jest przejście do nabrzeża. Dobra, tu mnie kieruje, a tu? No tu mnie kieruje do Szmaragdowa Dolina. No i pasuje się tu przenieść.
Idzie. Chodź. Chodź. No chodź. No chodź. Idziesz?
Get ready!
O, 2T. To trzeba zbierać, bo to jest ważne do tych i się otwiera te skrytki.
Clever.
Tam coś. Tędyk. Aha, ale tu są ci... Kurwa, przecież ja nie znalazłem nic.
Any luck find?
Kurde. A tu jest ta babka.
I'm not in the lightest of humors right now.
A. No to nie, kurde. Mapa. Niepotrzebnie tu szedłem. A tu jest co? Nadchodzi moc. A gdzie były te misje? Nie tutaj. W dzienniku, nie? No to nadchodzi moc. To jest tutaj. Nadbrzeże, potwierdź. I... Coś tutaj trzeba zrobić, tu. Do góry chyba. Chyba usunąć tego Rida, nie? Zabić.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their posts? Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes. But I have done my best for this town. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is my home. I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life. Best treatment is a good work ethic. You are disparaging our parent company, and it is not appreciated. We are a Spacer's Choice Saltuna cannery. We eat Saltuna here, and only Saltuna. I don't understand. You say Adelaide's growing her own food, but that should not be possible. The soil's gone sour. Company said as much. Our own botanists couldn't grow decent crops for us, so the company got rid of them and shut down the greenhouse. You will excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil? Adelaide has been using dead bodies in her fertilizer? That's... Come to think of it, that's a stroke of brilliance. What a remarkably efficient solution. Recycling Spacer's Choice property long after its date of expiration. I was wondering about those missing bodies in Silas's cemetery. You're right, I am being obstinate. If the best thing I can do for this town is to stand down, then stand down I shall. If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended.
No i
Give me a little
zrobione.
time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me.
Jeszcze wróć do Adelaidy.
I do. Adelaide's found a cure for the plague, and she knows how to tend to crops. She's what this town needs. A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them.
Chwila, moment, bo coś tu szukam. Aha, telefonu szukam.
No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose I could find a place outside the walls, or put in for early retirement. I don't know. I could see myself lasting a week. I have always tried to do right by my town. It has never been easy.
Dobra. Tu mamy załatwione to wszystko, nie? Na dół. Tu gdzieś trzeba iść, kurde, ale tu mamy co to? Automat. O, troszkę mi się tego nazbierało, tylko ja nie wiem co tu mogę sprzedawać w ogóle. Kup. Sprzedaj. Co tu mogę sprzedawać, bo nie wiem, broń pasuje mi się trzymać. To amunicja. Chwila. Amunicja. A jakieś pancerze tu są? Są. Broń. Broń sobie zostawię. Tu mam pancerz, jakiś hełm. Ten pancerz może bym sobie założył. Na siebie. A jak go założyć? Postać. Da się go założyć jakoś? Umiejętności, atuty, szczegóły. Reputacja. Wipunek. O, jest założony. I założony. I ten jest, który jest pancerz 4, a ten był jaki? Pancerz 3. No to już lepszy pancerz jest. Dobra. Tu mnie gdzieś... Tu mnie kieruje, tak? Wróć do Adelaidy, nie? Mam teraz zrobić. No ale to... Mapa. No to wyjdźmy na razie do Szmaragdowej Doliny. No jakieś wrogowie? Gdzie tu wrogowie są? Przecież tu nie ma żadnych wrogów. Dlaczego się nie mogę... Dobra, i szybko podróż. Tam, gdzie już my byli, to możemy szybko podróżą. Nie musimy łazić. Elegancko. No, taka gierka, kiedy grałem, to mnie nawet wkręciła. Falaucik podobne. Falaucika. Gdzie ta Adelaida w ogóle? Ona gdzieś tu była.
Look at that. The snake's come. I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson abandoned his post. Suppose we all have a breaking point. Suppose it's time our flock made our
No
way
i
back to
zrobione.
Edgewater.
Nadchodzi moc.
We must tend to what remains of the town and carry on with our lives as best we may. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here, I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward. You're telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted.
O, jakiś zegarek.
I might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater. Got a considerable burden to carry.
Dobra, jest elegancko. A tu ty, towarzysza. Mogę zrobić. Postać. Dobra, dziennik, Parvati. I taki najmocniejszy pasowałoby, nie? Ona tu ma... O. I broń. I teraz tak. Ja jej mogę tutaj coś tu... Aha, dobra, dajmy jej zdrowie. No i dobra, co? Kolejna misja jakaś. Dobra, wziąłem regulator zasilania. Ale dobra, dziennik. Poboczne. Zrobimy poboczne, bo na razie na statek nie wracam. Bo muszę znaleźć te tomy, kurde, bo... Jeden jest tu gdzieś. Nie mogę szybkiej podróży zrobić? A dlaczego? Ja tam chyba jeszcze nie byłem. Czy byłem, bo już nie wiem sam. Ale to daleko nie było. Tu jest gdzieś jeden. Wejście jest tutaj. Tu są zareglowane. Tu nie wejdę. Dobra, załatwieni. Tu gdzieś mam iść. Nie, chwila. Tu gdzieś jest jeden jakiś. Ale tu jest zareglowane. Tam się musi dać jakoś wejść. Tu. I chyba tu.
That was quick.
Dobra. Ale tu musi być... No gdzieś tu musi leżeć, kurde. Ale chyba do góry. Ten, kurde... Ten... Tam są, oni chyba do góry są. Tędy wszedłem. Nie, to tu mnie kieruje, ale tu jeszcze też... Tam gdzieś do góry musi być wejście. Tutaj szyba.
Incoming!
Who goes? Strike you!
We made it!
Dobra, załatwieni. Gdzieś tu musi być, kurde. Jeszcze wyżej gdzieś? Nie mam śmieci? Trochę to jest, kurde, powiem szczerze, słabo oznaczone. Bo on tu pokazuje mi kropkę, że gdzieś tu. Że gdzieś tu, ale to nie tu, to chyba gdzieś jeszcze wyżej. Tu byłem. Nie no, kurde, to się wróciłem z powrotem tutaj. Chwila, moment. Mapa. Ach, za bardzo, że... Aktywne zadanie. Tu coś jest koło schodów. Ale to jest taki... Kurde, muszę przenieść ten... Bo nie widzę. Dwa piętra, jestem na pierwszym, tak? No właśnie, pasuje wejść w górę. Wyżej w górze... Wyżej... Górę wyżej. No ale tu mnie kieruje do wyjścia. No, na razie wychodzić nie będziemy, bo... Trzeba pójść tu gdzieś, kurde. Ale tu też mnie... Też mnie do wyjścia kieruje. Wyżej, o dobra. No ale tu, o jest. Wziąłem jeden. Przerażony mechanik. I jeszcze jeden gdzieś powinien być. Mapa. Szkoda, że ona też mogłaby wiesz, szukać razem ze mną, to by było spoko. Aha. Mapa i kierujemy tu. To dopiero pierwszy tom znalazłem. A tam on chciał 3, nie? Czyli jeszcze 2 gdzieś są. Jeden gdzieś tu jest. Jeden gdzieś tu, to chyba tam wyżej gdzieś. U tego Rida chyba gdzieś. Nie, to na dole chyba. Bo mnie nie przybliżyło, tylko oddaliło mnie.
Are you out of your mind? You just killed him. Mr. Thompson. Reed Thompson, you know, my boss? I can't. I need to leave. I need to get away from here. I need to get away from you. You killed Mr. Thompson for talking down his nose at me? You got a real twisted sense of chivalry, you know that? Let's just...
A to nie... Przecież to był ten Reed, kurde, a tam był opcjonalnie zabij go. Ale dobra, chodź. Ta se poszła. Zajebiście. Nie, więc to nie tutaj będzie, to będzie gdzieś na dole. To będzie gdzieś... Gdzieś on musi tu być, ten... Aha, już wiem, tu wejdziemy na górę. On gdzieś tu musi być. Kurwa, za tą ścianą gdzieś jest. Jak tam się dostać teraz? To gdzieś jest tu. Jest. Mamy drugi tom. Jeszcze był gdzieś jeden. No i co? Teraz gdzie? Idziemy stąd chyba. To wszystkie tomy znalazłem? Bo nie mam żadnych... dziennik. Nie, jeszcze jeden, bo 2 znalazłem dopiero. No i gdzie ten trzeci by był? Tutaj nie, bo... Aha, bo my zabili tego kurwa. Sorry. Dobra. Ale kurde, gdzie jest trzeci tom? Nie mam pojęcia, gdzie ten trzeci tom znaleźć. Nie... O, skończyła mi się amunicja. O, inoros i po gościu. O, lepsze to jest niż kurde niż ten pistolet, kurde. Zawali, dobra. I teraz wszyscy tutaj, kurde. Ej, no 2 razy starszy to już... Pistoletem, kurde, trzeba było więcej w niego strzelać. No ale dobra, kurde. Gdzie ja mam iść w ogóle? No na nabrzeżu. Aha. Mapa. Tutaj znalazłem 2, czyli jeszcze jeden gdzieś jest na nabrzeżu. Czy ja? Szmaragdowa na Szmaragdową Dolinę? Nie. Gdzie ten... Aha. Nie, to jest laboratorium. Tutaj mam iść do Szmaragdowej Doliny. Nie, na nabrzeżu. Sorry. Tu jest nabrzeże. Czyli tam musi być jeszcze jeden, kurde, ten. To na nabrzeżu znalazłem? 2 znalazłem, nie? Czy mam... Jeszcze jeden gdzieś... Nie wiem, gdzie jest. No nie mam... Nie... Nie mam pojęcia, kurwa. Dlaczego sknocone? A, i teraz się nie da tego aha. No, musi być gdzieś ten trzeci ton. Ale poczekaj, czekaj, jeszcze mapa. Edge Water. Szukajmy coś takiego, co pisze Edge Water. Tutaj gdzieś, co, musimy poszukać, co pisze Edge Water. Może tam, kurde. Ale jak nie mam zaznaczone, to skąd będę wiedział, gdzie ten trzeci tom jest? No kurwa, bez sensu. Nie, tu jest nabrzeże.
Watch out!
I tu trzeba szukać tego budynku, co pisze Edge Water. Tu nie. O jest, Edge Water. Gdzieś tutaj. No ale kurde, ja go nie znajdę bez tego znacznika zielonego. Tego trzeciego. Nie wiem. Mapa. Kantyna. Czekaj, tam coś pisze było o... lokalnym ośrodku kultury. I na nabrzeżu. To jest... kantyna i sklep wielobranżowy. Tutaj nie wejdę. Kurde, niepotrzebnie zabijałem tego, kurde. Chyba. Tego Rida. Tu jest zamknięte, nie wejdę tutaj. Tu pisze Edge Water. Kurwa, nie wiem, nie znajdę chyba tego. Weźmy sobie... O, i teraz mam pokazać, gdzie mam iść. O! O kurde, źle zrobiłem. Bo jak grałem kiedyś, to on był moim tym. Ten ksiądz. Partnerem. Dobra, tu nam każe iść, dobra. Do Szmaragdowej Doliny. I tam. No to dobra, przenieś się. Muszę troszkę odejść. Ale teraz... Co tam, kurde? Ta mapa powinna być pod jakimś guzikiem, że tylko guzik klikam. Ja pierdolę. Czego nie mogę się przenieść? Aha, to całe jest Edge Water. Ja tu... Nie, no. To on już mam niedaleko, to... się przejdę. Nie, tu gdzieś. Tam do góry jakoś trzeba się dostać. Dobra. Tutaj coś mamy. Tutaj coś. A, to jest ta chata tej Zoe. I coś ją mam tutaj zrobić niby? Mm. Ale kurde, ten. Po byku mieszkanie.
Sure.
Czekaj, bo tutaj coś tu trzeba znaleźć, nie wiem. A, śpi. No i dobra. Przeszukałem ten ślady i znajdź Zoe teraz, tak? I ona gdzie jest niby? Aż tam. Tam jeszcze nie byłem. Aha, i jeszcze sobie zrobimy ekwipunek. Za pistolet. Tak. Bo pistoletu już amunicji nie mam. I to są ci goście, ale tutaj nie znalazłem wszystkich jeszcze tych.
Don't see why Thomas can't just get the generator up and running. Something I can help you with? You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off. Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions. Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her. The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day. Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. Hey, I got time. Nothing. With the power gone, we've got to conserve our supplies.
A, nie handluję, tak?
I'll help if I can.
Tyle, wszystko się dowiedziałem.
Any luck finding one of those manuals? No kidding. Really? Well, which one? Look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. In fact, I put aside something special on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself.
Jeszcze jeden jest gdzieś, kurde.
Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment. Sure, I'd be glad to take them off your hands. Adelaide said that? Was she sober at the time? I never imagined she'd step foot in Edgewater long as Reed ran the town. Something must have changed in Edgewater. Adelaide's good as family. If she's going back, so are we.
Dobra, tyle. I teraz co? Tam trzeba iść. Co jeszcze nie byłem. Gdzie jest te autenty? A, ja tu gdzieś mam konto.
So what's the plan?
Ja pierdolę.
can handle this.
O!
Everyone all right? Here we go.
Oj. Ale ich ten. Gdzieś tutaj, gdzieś tutaj. Gdzie to wejście jest? Tu? Tu nie wejdziemy. Ej, gdzie to wejście jest? Tu gdzieś mi każe iść. Tu. A tu ktoś jest.
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of
Mamy
heroic
Zoe.
accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways. What? You mean Adelaide's little congregation of nature-loving nobodies? I could not possibly be less interested in them. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen. Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. I doubt that. Nobody in that camp really cared about me. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Also, he could carry on a conversation, unlike these hooligans. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to. I'm great at clarifying. No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit. I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma. I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find but a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse? I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them. I've got all the time in Halcyon.
I teraz gdzie? O, tam z powrotem, nie? O. Aha, tutaj. Bo oni to Zoe szukają.
Never liked Reed much. Can't say I'm sorry he's gone. We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway? Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you.
Dobra. Dobra, i aż 600 metrów stąd. Gdzie mam iść? Tutaj, tak? Ale nie, to jeszcze nie wszystko, bo... Po co mam iść na miejsce lądowania? Tu jest jeszcze ten... Sorry, nie ma mi się. A, tu mam sknocone. No i bez sensu, że nie da się ich zrobić. Bez sensu. Nie, no to coś sknociłem znowu. Podręcznik ilustrowany. Przeszukaj... Mieszkanie Kurde. Ale bez sensu to jest. Powinno się dać... Czekaj, mam tylko zadania. No to wróć na statek, no to ja jestem na statku. Kurde, no.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling.
Have you ever felt...
Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I wasn't happy. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But Can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves from my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think? Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. I got a captain.
Kapitanem jestem jej, dobra, zajebiście. Seno, Parvati, czekaj, coś tu mam. Zepsułem, kurde, ten przerażony mechanik jeszcze nie znalazłem. Kieruje mnie gdzieś? No nie, no i nie wiem, gdzie ten trzeci ton. Powinno być ten zielony ten. Kurde, no. Kilka bratingów już zrobiłem, nadchodzi moc zrobiłem. Tu sknocone, no. Bez sensu, że tego się nie da zrobić, kurde. Ten. Mimo to. Nie powinno dawać sknocone. Tu jeszcze mam pozablokowane wszystko. Dobra.
Easy.
Captain, what can I do for you, Captain? Do you know how to install a power regulator? Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure. Our engine room is located behind you. Across the cargo bay, up the ladders.
No i teraz gdzie? Gdzieś tutaj. Do góry. I tu mamy coś. A, ja zresetowałem. Dlaczego? No nie. I co? I teraz
What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
no dwóch pobocznych nie zrobiłem, kurwa. Sknocone piszę, bez sensu. Nie powinno tego być jakoś skrócone, tylko po prostu nie zrobione i można, no, można by było zrobić ten powrót po prostu do tych misji i zrobić je.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Ah, there you are. Hail and hearty, captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay. Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters. Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Nie wiem, nie dzwoniłem. I co teraz mam zrobić? Tu chyba nie. Na pionier. Lecimy. Czekaj, kurde.
arrived at the groundbreaker.
Jużśmy dotarli na pioniera? Kurde, szybko. Dobra, to jak już jesteśmy na tym, to wyjdźmy.
Let's talk when you're free. Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson. I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff. Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else? What? You want me to leave? Captain, you can't mean it. Oh, that's a relief. Thanks, Captain, for letting me stick around. I mean, sometimes I wonder about Mr. Hawthorne.
Tam do góry mi każe iść po coś. No teraz to mogę otworzyć. Ale tu jakichś różnych tych... A, coś do kosza mogę przenieść na statek. Nie wiem co nawet. Pasowałoby coś sprzedać. Dobra. Jeszcze wyżej mogę pójść? Tam dalej coś tu mamy. Jakieś pokoiki. Na tym statku. O, tu już warsztat. No, na tym. I co ja tu mogę zrobić w ogóle na tym? Zainstaluj modyfikacje. Ale nie mam żadnej modyfikacji. Tu też. Mam tej broni sporo. To takie słabsze to można... A nie, to bity trotuły. A mogę też coś naprawić, widzę. A rozmontuj, ale to rozmontował nie będę. Aha, wychodzimy stąd. Idziesz ze mną?
Something busted, Captain?
We'll be here, Captain.
Bierzemy ją, nie?
Or will we?
Captain. Hey, Captain. I'm in space. I never thought I'd be able to say that.
That's not the point. This hack would just knock out one of my...
Customs and inspection, right this way. Identification, please.
Kto tam coś dzwonił? Kurde, Seba pewnie.
Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably. You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. Can't miss it. Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important. You take the starch out of them, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor? Wanda Dorset over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it. Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with? The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly. Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side. I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right. You need anything else? You let me know. Don't want anyone saying Groundbreaker's not the most hospitable port in the colony. Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. Two biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though. Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
Happy to help. That's my job, after all.
You're real good at it, too.
Well, thank you, miss. It's nice to be recognized. Yep. Are you pulling my leg? You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold it against you. Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing base. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself. Glad to help. Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either. They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them. All right. He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison. Really likes his cereals, too. Maybe a little too much. Bit of a weird bird, all told.
Don't see what's so wrong about liking cereals. They're fun.
Udon takes it to an, unhealthy level. You noticed, huh? What can I say? We're passionate folks, and the board can't abide that independent spirit, especially not when it might impact their bottom line. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them. You sure you didn't just step off one of the interstellar freighters? There's no working with the board. They don't share, not bits, people, or resources. You work for them, or you don't work at all. Groundbreaker cooperating now would be tantamount to joining their ranks, and we sure as shit ain't about to do that. It's a delicate balance, right? We could cancel their freighters' docking privileges in retaliation, but where'd that lead us? They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we may do all right. So far, anyway. Sure thing. Be seeing you.
Move along.
I picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Monarch.
Here we go again.
I don't have time for this.
On Monarch. It's a wasteland. You were here.
Rizzo's mock apple cider. A hard cider for a hard life.
Ooh, can we rent an upstairs room?
Scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient, or an oven. Just like store-bought. Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in. Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms...
No. No, no. Nie, na tym piśmie pisze, nie? Nie, na tym piśmie pisze na ile miesięcy, nie? A to wychodzi o kasę, że cię oddadzą, tak? No bo to wychodzi, żeby ci pieniądze oddadzą, nie? Nie, dzisiaj nie będę dzwonił, bo na razie jest ten... Nie, wzięli jakieś odsetki i wzięli jakieś 83 zł, bo oni tam wyzwaniali do mnie, że brakuje tych 83 zł, żeby spłacić ten kredyt jeszcze z miesiąca tamtego, czyli nie będzie, czekaj, kurwa, nie będzie lutego, marzec, od marca chyba. Marzec i kwiecień chyba. Nie wiem, kurwa, tam coś pisze. Dobra. No na razie ja tam... Możliwe. No wzięliby pewnie nie wszystko, tylko czekaj, 7 tam było chyba z tysiaka by wzięli. No to za luty by, czekaj. Nie, za luty zapłaciłem jedną ratę jeszcze zapłaciłem, drugiej nie płaciłem. Czyli tam było 700 coś i 80 coś złotych brakowało do tej, co tam było 900. No, to by to jakieś tysiaka by wzięli. W tamtym miesiącu jedną ratę jeszcze zapłaciłem, a drugiej nie. Jedna jest 700 coś, a druga jest chyba 900 coś. W sumie 1700 w każdym razie. I no, i oni sobie te pieniądze sami pobrali, jak tylko przyszło mi z ZUS-u kasa na konto. Spłacili sobie tą jedną pożyczkę. Z lutego. I drugie też. Tak. No. Ale w lutym zapłaciłem. Oni sobie. Co zapłaciłem? Oni sobie sami bierą. Ja już dzwoniłem w tej sprawie. Pytałem się czego tak. Oni mają prawo, bo tak została umowa podpisana. I jeszcze sobie wzięli z karty kredytowej pieniążki. Żeby spłacić. No, nie po... No, bo ja miałem 500 zł, a na karcie nie ma nic. Tej kredytowej. No wiem właśnie. Ja będę musiał spłacić. Oni sobie wzięli, a ja będę musiał spłacić tą kartę kredytową. Tak. I nie, no to mówię, jak wy troszkę nie wyjdę na prostu tylko no, ja miałem myślę zamknąć ten konto.
Over in engineering. Sweet as a pea, that one.
Co oni robią.
On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo lived in that place years ago. You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors. The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs. Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done. Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar.
Gotóweczka w kopertach, z tego co widziałem, chyba daje.
Yes, dearie? Take that darling ship of yours down to Roseway, where that distress signal I told you about came from. And ferret out some tasty corporate secrets for old Gladys. Shouldn't be too tough for a fella like you, I'd think. I've got a lovely little throw pillow. Just something I tossed together. Like to keep my hands busy.
Ale powiem ci szczerze, że ja mogę robić na czarno. Ja mogę robić. Nie, mi to pasuje. Bo na przykład jakby komornik był, albo komornik na przykład siadł na... Nie, komornik mi nie siedzi. siądzie na wypłacie. Bo nie pracuje. Co jeszcze? Syndyk też mi nie siądzie na wypłacie. Jedynie co, no to musiałbym się ubezpieczyć osobno sam gdzieś. I tyle. No wiem, no ale troszkę są plusy tego i są minusy, nie? No. Chłopie, my emerytur nie dostaniemy, Sebastian. Ale nawet jak dotrwamy, to ci powiem szczerze, chyba nie będziemy mieć emerytur. Wszystko na to wygląda na to, w tym kierunku idzie, że ci młodzi to chyba emerytur nie będą mieć wcale. Bo kurwa, ZUS, widzisz co zrobić, ZUS kurwa taką kasę na nas czepia, a i tak kurwa podobno im brakuje kasy na emerytury. No wiem, i nie tylko starych. Tak. No. No właśnie, o to chodzi cały czas. No bo nie wiem już sam, kurwa, ja zgłupiałem. Musiałbyś to przeczytać, a nie mogę teraz tam wbić na te autenty. No. Ale gdzie? Podobnie, nie, wtedy jak zakładałem to nie, ale podobno w umowie to jest. No teraz niedawno zamknąłem sobie myśl, ciekałem co z kartą kredytową zrobili. czy zablokowana jest, nie? Bo oni blokowali, nie brali stamtąd. A teraz jest wzięte. No bo spóźniony byłem, nie? No tak, nie wiem już sam, chłopie. To dużo. No. Ja sobie wszystko tam, jak sprzedałem tego Opla, to zapłacałem tam, gdzie, kurwa, wiesz, dzwonili zapłaciłem ten Santander, zapłaciłem kredyt Agricole. Z ubezpieczeniem było tak, panie kolego, że tego samochodu jest aktywny do tam sierpnia, czy tam września, a w marcu miałem ratę, nie? Po prostu. I jak go zezumowałem 6 marca, a rata była 4, więc tylko będę miał do zapłaty za 2 dni ubezpieczenie. No. 1100 zł. Niecałe. No. I i tyle w sumie. Zostało mi 200 zł na przegląd i tyle. Jeszcze jedna przegląd mam na ten, bo jadę z Agnieszką, bo Agnieszka musi być do tej Audi i tyle, nie? Zatankowałem sobie gazu do pełna, benzyny za nie wiem ile tam było, 10 liter chyba. I tyle, I co jeszcze chcę powiedzieć takiego? Że sobota, niedziela to, że praktycznie cały dzień streamowałem. Tylko że na Twitchu. I potem z Twitcha te streamy się zapisowują, nie? Bo tak w ustawieniach sobie zrobiłem. I potem je wrzucam wszystko na tablecie. Wszystko teraz na tablecie jest, mobilne. Te aplikacje. Pobieram sobie z Twitcha programem, konwentuję na YouTube, stworzę sam miniaturki już teraz, nauczyłem się i i będę wrzucał. No, na TikToka tam wrzucam, na Instagrama, muszę czymś głowę zająć i wiesz, wrzucam tam na Instagrama, jak te zdjęcia, te filmy z Opla na TikToka. Influencer, o. Początkujący. Nie wiem. No, na blik na telefon. Ja tam podjadę, nie będę dzwonił. Ale wiesz co? Ja będę miał wolne w środę, ale do środy nie będziemy czekać. Bo ja muszę wziąć wolne na ten przegląd i będę musiał jeszcze wziąć wolne, bo muszę iść do urzędu tego rejestracyjnego, co się auta rejestruje, że zezłomowałem tego Opla. Oddać muszę te... Jezus... Tablice rejestracyjne i ten dokument, nie? I chyba dowód rejestracyjny. No. A czego aż tyle? Przecież w tamtym miesiącu my warunki spełnili, to powinno być luty, marzec, kwiecień. A. No i co? O. No, no. Oj, kurde. Coś bym sprzedał, tylko nie wiem co tu sprzedawać w ogóle. Ale jest piątka bata. U.
Gracious. I was just sitting down for tea. What do you want, then? My hard-earned wisdom? That's right, dearie. The only independent station in the colony. That's us. Though for how long, I can't say. That all depends on Miss June Lay. The board can't abide a community that won't bend to its will. They've always got one scheme or another running, looking for ways to bring us to heel. Like this heat business. Shameful. But it won't work. No, sir. Groundbreaker's free till the day she dies, law willing. Go right ahead, sweetheart. Groundbreaker's radiators. Been neither fine nor dandy for weeks now. Miss Junley's supposed to be getting them fixed, but the board's determined to get in her way. The board can't abide a community that won't bend to its will. They've always got one scheme or another running, looking for ways to bring us to heel. Like this heat business. Shameful. But it won't work. No, sir. Groundbreaker's free till the day she dies, law willing. Oh, a little of this, a little of that. I buy and sell items that require discretion to dispose of. Knickknacks. Curios. I also knit throw pillows stuffed with the hair of famous tossball players. But that's more of a passion project.
I'm not sure that's entirely legal.
That's half the reason I make them, my dear. But that's not what you wanted to talk about, is it, dear? Ask the common folk, and they'll tell you it's on account of all the monsters on Monarch desperate to gobble you up. Because that's what the board tells them, you see. I think they made some fool mistake that would make them look bad to the rest of the colony, and they're trying to hide the evidence. Those board folk are real prideful-like. Never want you looking behind the curtain, lest you see their derrieres. But old Gladys knows the score. The whole colony's not much more than a diorama, showcasing one board screw-up after another. That's why we gotta keep them from getting their grubby mitts on Groundbreaker. She's our mess. Probably. Every once in a while, we get these snippets of radio chatter. Edna shows them to me. Some man hooting and hollering about the light in us all. Claims he's transmitting from Monarch, but who knows if that's true. Might be true. Might be some new trick from the board. Anytime, sweetheart. You know where to find me. Here, take a candy with you. It's almost time for today's episode of The Chairman's Children. Care to listen with me? Anytime, sweetheart. You know where to find me.
Jest jakiś zapis, zapiszemy grę. Zapisano grę, tyle na dzisiaj. Z przerwami takimi, kurde, tu telefonów, nie telefony. Także się ma na razie, pozdro.